I don't usually stream this early in the day. Do one of my wheels come off? No. Okay. Just feel wrong. Alright, alright. So we'll just move ourselves over here. Welcome. Oh, right. Come back. Alright, we're gonna go into this because I want to grab this and drop it here. And yeah, okay, so now I can edit this. So we're still setting up the environment. Unity is open. The tutorial is ready to go, so we can get started on that when we're ready. I do not know how to make a timer, so unfortunately, we're just gonna work with that. You can now see my giant Pikachus in my closet because my closet door is open. I have my G Fuel just so that I don't fall asleep halfway through. It's been known to happen. Sorry about that. I just finished lunch about, I think like 15-20 minutes ago. Took them a while to make it, so that's why I had to push the stream back, even though I'm technically on time for the 1400. Let me make sure that everything is where I think it is. I'm gonna play a random YouTube video to make sure that my headset is actually working.
In our case, only if you hit terrain. So inside those brackets.
Okay. It's working on my side, so might want to turn it up a little bit. So if anybody is going to join, the schedule for today is that we're going to play a bit. We're going to be working in Unity today. We're going to try to get two of the two. We're going to try to get. I can't seem to clear my throat well enough. We're going to try to get through two videos from Greg Dev stuff. And once we're done with that, we will start playing the last spell. Not before. Gotta make sure we actually get stuff done. So, grab your water. This is where I keep mine. And if you're gonna work alongside, grab some something to keep you awake, whether that's some Mountain Dew, some other soda, or G Fuel. G Fuel's my go-to. And once we got that under wraps, yeah. And then I will probably get back to playing some Baldur's Gate because I am trying some new things with Larian's games. I'm currently trying out modding Divinity Original Sin 2 and trying to see what all kinds of different mods I can play around with. Funny enough, I'm modding it before I even beat it the first time, mostly because I've played it like 3 times and I've never gotten past the tutorial area. Funny story, I am really bad at Divinity Original Sin. and Divinity Original Sin 2. I'm bad at both of those games. Baldur's Gate 3, I haven't actually messed around with any of the patch 8 stuff, and so I'm just kind of playing around with some of the stuff that they added in the game, trying to see how the kind of fun that I can have with it. And besides that, yesterday I actually, excuse me, yesterday I picked up, I used the PlayStation Catalog to grab Hollow Knight because I've never played it, and I also grabbed Ender Lilies because both of those games were free. And so yesterday I spent most of the time playing through Ender Lilies, and it's a really good game. Even though I spent about 2 hours not knowing where to go because I beat the Water Witch, and then I just could not figure out where that one hole in the town was. But once I found that hole, the game became a lot easier. And by that, I mean the game became a lot harder by throwing all the spiders that don't die in one hit anymore. My biggest complaint with Ender Lily so far is that most of the enemies have too much health. A lot of by the time I got to the second actual boss, it took multiple rounds of doing everything I could to do any damage to it. Essentially, I would go over, I would parry. I had the crow out so that the crow is doing pretty much passive damage to the boss. And I'm running out of crow shots, I'm running out of parries, and it just whittling me down to I just have to play really good for a long time. So if I could say anything about the game, it's that some of the enemies have too much health. But granted, I did learn that you can actually grind the materials you need to level up the basics, the basic spirits you get. You can actually just grind their materials out, and that can help trivialize some of that problem. But I didn't learn that until I fought my third boss, which was the Water Witch. I actually haven't opened the Hollow Knight file. I prefer not to play too many games at once. At the moment, I have Honkai Star Rail has become really passive for me, so I'm not even like actually playing the game. I just do what I have to do, and then I just forget the game exists for a while. I still enjoy the game, but not as much as I used to when like 2.0 was out. So mostly I've been focused on Wuthering Waves, and Wuthering Waves has a really good story going for it right now. And I checked out the new album that they released after I think it 3.6 drop. A couple days afterwards, they released the album for all the music that they added to it, and it's also really good. Let's see. Um, and despite the fact that most people are losing excitement for Eno, I am still very excited. Um, to the point where I have my Augustus, and Augusta's sole purpose is to be there for Eno so that I can make that solar eclipse happen. Is that a spot on my computer? Nope. Oh, it's a light ray. Hold on, can I fix that by just... Yeah. So, yeah, that seems to fix that bubble. I also picked up Lost Soul Aside. Lost Soul Aside is a great game, especially for a game that was for about 50% of its life cycle worked on by a single person, and in the latter half of its development cycle was picked up by PlayStation. I have to remind myself that despite the fact that it looks like a AAA game, it is by far from it. Uh, but it is a great in between Final Fantasy 15 and Devil May Cry 5. So if you're just like, well, we're not getting a new Devil May Cry anytime soon, this is a really good spot for you. The game's not as good as Devil May Cry, of course, but it might fill that void for a little bit. At least until we can get something that can fill the void for longer. And I guess besides that, I'm just waiting to find out whether or not I'm going to get Sonic Crossworlds or Ghost of Yote. Because I want both games, but they come too close to each other for my PlayStation to be able to have both of them. Because I am almost out of space, and I know that Ghost of Yote is going to be like 80 to 90 gig, and that Sonic Crossworlds is going to probably be closer to like 70 and 80. I could look that up, but I'm not going to. Oh, I should also get rid of the other one. But that's what I've been working on lately. Still looking for a job. Still have not found one. I have more rejection letters coming in by the day. I actually have not checked my email yet. I should probably do that. Can I? Yeah, I can check my email. Alright, so that's my friend. Uh, that is spam. That is also spam. That is spam. That is spam. That is spam. That is spam. Who is this? I'll check that out later. But yeah, I just got a rejection letter going. If you guys will just hold out for a minute, I've got like a couple of things that need to get updated. I have a database of all the different places that I've applied to, and when I hear back from them, whether it's rejection or a request for an interview, wish that would happen more often. I've only had one in almost 80 applications. I would love to say that it's just like my resume's bad, but no, my resume's perfectly fine. I've had a career counselor look at it. He says it's great. I've had another career counselor look at it, and she said it was great. I've had uh, I had someone else look at it. I forget when I did that. But yeah, I'm getting more and more rejection letters. At least they're taking the time to actually send those out to me. What's this? Oh yeah. I remember. I already worked on that. So today, because we're about to get started, I'll go ahead and I can actually just make that invisible. And I need to quickly see what scene are we about to go to. Why is it not doing what I want it to? Interesting. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. This is what I'm looking at right now. For some reason, it is not letting me preview the scenes before I send them out. Um, okay, so, this is technically not what this scene is for anymore. I'm actually going to go ahead and transition us here so that I can delete this. Okay, now it's working. All right. So, as a quick reminder of the things that we did last time. Unity. Thank you. So, as a quick reminder of what we did last time, because that was a while ago now. And I do want to bring this back up because what we did is we made the grid map pretty much invisible on startup, or before startup. So when you load it up, we can go into the scene because the camera's not in the right spot. And everything's inverted. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Hold on. Looks like we might have to make a quick change before we get started. So we're just gonna open this up really quick. Okay, so alright, so if I change this to red and this to blue, and then I save this, then we come back here. Unity gonna do its thing. It's going to be doing that loading thing multiple times throughout this. And there we go. Now it's correct. This is what I wanted it to look like. So, just as a reminder, we set up the grid. This is all the codes that you need to get as far as we are. So if you are following along, this is roughly what it should look like. Remember, you can always set this to be whatever you want. You can always set this to white, and it'll look like his version. Because if I set it to white, then we run it. We go into scene, and it's acting weird again. That wasn't supposed to happen. What happened? Oh. Did I change that by accident, or did Visual Studio change that for me? If Visual Studios changed that for me, someone please tell me what I need to do to... This is backwards. Why is it backwards? Oops. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know why I'm having a hard time with it staying like this. Because watch, if I change it back, it's going to do something weird again. Alright. Now it should be back to, and yeah, it's backwards again. Alright. Alright. This is a terrible start. This makes me look like I don't know what I'm doing. And honestly, I don't know why it feels like this mistake isn't consistent. I'm gonna add this over here, so yeah, this is how I want it. Actually, maybe I should stick to the standard of using white then red. Well, I think we'll figure things out as we go along. Right now, it's the way that I want it. I always do say if you're gonna follow along with these tutorials, you should probably play around with the things that you've got. Be careful of the things that do need to stay the same. There's a reason why certain systems are set up the way they are. Let me see if I remember what I'm actually doing though. So we're getting the we're creating the world position here. We are getting the position at X and Y. We are checking the passability. And then we are grabbing a node. We're using these two for loops to check for a specific node in the grid. And we call that node here, creating the node here. Now this grid is of node type, so it is an array. Is that an array of grid? I think it is. So this is us going in and we're checking the passable variable of the grid. And we just for everybody, we do check the we do call this check passable terrain here. This is mostly something that the player should never see, but this is still something that needs to be running in the back end. And this is the part that actually draws it all. The draw cubes is why everything's a cube. I do believe that there's a draw grid function, but we're using cubes to mostly because I believe that this is just to run the back end section and check what we can and cannot do. We haven't actually set up characters and all the abilities to move and everything. So let's see what we're going to mess around with today. This first video is 22 minutes long and the next one's 21 minutes long, so we're probably going to be here for a couple of hours.
Hello everyone, my name is Greg and I dev stuff. Welcome everyone to episode 2 of the tactics game in Unity. Today we want to introduce clicking things on the map and placing a map objects. Let's rescale our terrain a little. Select the main camera and let's create another new component called grid control.
Okay, this is what I saw. I feel like I missed a step. Oh, right. I'm an Unreal developer. Actually, really quick, I'm gonna... Alright, so we're gonna grab that, we're gonna grab that, and then we're gonna move all of that into there. Now, it might be about to yell at me, because I'm moving a bunch of stuff. So, we're gonna quickly make sure that everything's working fine. And everything's working fine. Just as a little precaution: whenever you start moving stuff, whenever you start moving files around, especially if those files are currently important, you should probably check and make sure that everything is properly. Frick, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, rebuilt. Rebuilt will work. But make sure that it knows that it moved. You moved all of this stuff into a script folder. I don't. You don't need to put everything in a script folder. Most of the teams that I worked on, they made a script folder right here in the assets folder, and every single script in the game ended up in that folder. I don't like doing it like that. The way that I do things is I make an object, and everything related to that object stays in that object's folder. So we have an asset that is our grid map. Our grid map, all of its assets are right here. We're adding a component to the main camera to look at our grid map. It's going inside of the grid map because it's primarily related to the grid map. This is how I do things. Because in some of my projects where I've had to work with teams, I would go into the script folder. There would be like 100 scripts, and you just have to carefully peruse each and every script to find the one that you're looking for. And when you're looking for a very specific script, it can be a bit tricky. So if you're ever working in a team, please keep all of your scripts as organized as possible. Unreal Engine does this for you as best that it can. But Unreal Engine does rely on the fact that you should already know how to create folders by creating addresses. And for those that don't know, if you ever want to create a folder, really quick, and they give you an address bar, and they're just like, where do you want to place this file? You can just go into you could just be like destination, and this will be where you're planning to put the folder, and then you'll just type in the folder name, and then it's going to create that folder that you just created, or this folder that you just named. Since it doesn't exist, it will create it so that it has a place. You can actually do this with extraction lines and stuff. So if you go and you extract something from a zip file, you can do the same thing. I think my download should be empty right now. Let me double check. Yeah, we can't show that on a friendly channel. Alright, so we're just going to not have a visual example of that, because I need some of those files at the moment. And just a heads up, just as a reminder, because it has been a hot second, that gave me an error because I moved the files, and the solution explorer, this was looking inside of that folder, but now we need to go in here and here, and here is the 3 things that we need. I keep forgetting that this is not C++. I don't have to open the header files as well. I'm so used to that. Also, unless we need this, I'm gonna go ahead and close this up I'm just gonna keep these closed. We may need them later. We probably won't. But this is related to the camera. Instead of deleting them, I've just decided that this is a much better way.
Inside, immediately create.
I like systems, and so if you give me a prefab to make sure that everything always looks the same, I usually try to keep things very similar to each other.
Create the serialized target grid variable.
And as with all Unity files, the first thing we do is delete the start and update, despite the fact that we will probably make it again later.
This way, we can reference the grid we will be interacting from the scene. So what we're going to do is to click on the screen with a mouse and send the ray towards the terrain object. When ray intersect with the terrain, we will get the position of the point of intersection. And using this position, we will determine the position on the grid, based on the size of each node. So let's make a serialized field for terrain layer mask. So when you will be shooting the ray, you can ignore every other collider except the terrain. Okay, now in the update, if you press left mouse button, we want to shoot the ray from the screen towards the terrain.
And look, we deleted the update function, and that was literally the first thing he decided to create.
From the point of the mouse pointer.
Alright. So we need a serialized field for the grid called target grid so that we can target the grid. If you are the professor at Trident who taught me how to do Java, please look away. I am a Pascal user now. I develop for Unreal Engine, and in Unreal Engine, if you don't use Pascal casing, things get really weird. Now, it was a layer mask, and yeah, we're layer masking the terrain. We're gonna go in here, next line, next line, next line, and we create an if check, and we want to check if mouse button down 0. Input dot get mouse button down 0. What do we got?
To do this, create a new ray, which will be shot from the main camera using screen point to ray. Then call physics ray cast, which will cast the ray we have created. We need to store the raycast hit information into the variable.
Okay, so we need to make a ray. Too big. I do wonder if you guys can see that, but since we don't have any viewers, I actually can't confirm that with you guys. But I do hope that's big enough for anybody who does want to watch this later. Dot screen point to Ray. And then we're going to input the mouse position. Raycast hit. If physics raycast ray out hit sounds about right.
Then we want to use layer mask. And raycast wants to have a length of the ray in that case. Just tell it to have a float max value length. If we put all of this into the if statement, that means everything inside those brackets will be executed only if you hit something. In our case, only if you hit terrain. So inside those brackets we want to pass our world position from the hit to the target grid and get the converted world position into the grid position.
Hold on.
Wants to have a length of the ray in that case. Just tell it to have a float max value length.
So we don't have everything. We need a float.max value. Why? That's a pretty big number.
If we put all of this into the if statement, that means everything inside those brackets will be executed only if you hit something. In our case, only if you hit terrain. So inside those brackets we want to pass our world position from the hit to the target grid and get the converted world position into the grid position.
And this is a vector2 int.
World position from the hit to the target grid and get the converted world position into the grid position.
And this is where we make the vector2 int. Grid position is Actually, I have a question that it won't answer. And see, let's actually look at the documentation. The internal keyword is an access modifier for types and type members. The page covers internal access. The internal keyword is also part of the protected internal access modifier. Things are protected by default. Actually, no, things are private in C# by default, I believe. Internal types or members are accessible only within files in the same assembly, which is why we need to make sure that it's public. Okay.
So inside we want to calculate the position on the grid. Calculate the position relative to the grid. To do this, offset the world position by the transform position. Now calculate position on grid by dividing the world position by the cell size. Disclaimer. I'm aware that this offsetting of the grid is not efficient and will give a performance hit. We will optimize the grid in the next episode, and I will give you explanation when you want to keep all of those calculations
That is a lot of things.
in instead of removing them for optimization.
The difference between a junior developer, he finishes writing this, and a senior developer has finished writing that. I am being offered Silksong by Humble Bundle, and I still haven't played the first game, guys. I know. It's somehow wrong, I guess, but I haven't played the first game, so. Vector 2 int. Alright. This is like the worst line to be on. There we go. Alright, so world position dot x divided by cell size I see the mistake. And then we want to do the same thing, but world position dot z divided by cell size
Put the position on the grid into debug.
And then he went back to grid control. That hurt. Alright, so we're creating a debug log, which means we're expecting this to not work.
Let's set up fields, set the terrain, and set the layer.
I'm gonna back this up a bit.
Let's set up fields, set the terrain, and set the layer.
I missed it again, didn't I?
Let's set up fields, set the terrain, and set the layer.
He just set the layer to nothing. Oop, wrong one. So, did we...
Let's set up fields, set the
Oh, yeah, I could have just done that. And,
terrain, and set the layer.
and the layer we're looking for doesn't exist yet.
The layer.
Hold on a minute. Oh yeah, I did that in the previous episode. We are gonna remove this. For my sake and being able to follow along, we're just gonna go ahead and remove this. We need to add a layer. I believe he's adding it to 7. And then we go back to camera. And then we set that. Wait. I did not do that. For some reason I thought it did that automatically.
Move the camera for better view. Launch the game and let's see. Good. As you can see, it works. It might look a little weird because the camera makes it a little distorted.
Well, let's see what ours looks like. Just gonna... I mean, it looks the same. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for.
This episode is brought to you by generous support of people on Patreon and members on YouTube. If you want to join them, link to my Patreon in the description. And join button available right now on YouTube. Now let's talk about placing object on our grid. You see, one of the important things you want to do is to ensure the ability to prototype and test your game as fast as possible. That includes the ability to just pick a character and plop him into the scene, and he will work.
Oh, it's doing the thing.
Immediately. So what we are going to create now is grid object, an object which is present on the grid. Before, let's clean our scene a little by attaching obstacles to the terrain and attaching terrain to the grid.
Oh, no. Okay, so that's my mic.
Terrain to the grid.
Okay, sound looked good.
Now let's create a capsule to represent the character on the scene, who will be our grid object. Actually, let's place the capsule into an empty object container, then rename the container.
Yeah, okay. Unity-wise, I don't know why we're doing this. Unreal Engine, we would do this prototype, set things up so that we could just make a bunch of them later. But I think it's like how in Unreal Engine, I make a character, and then I make a player character that's based off of that character prototype. So I keep all of my generic stuff that's shared between NPCs, player characters, and anything else that might also need the exact same stuff. So if it, the only thing, things like it had the skeletal mesh. The skeletal mesh doesn't need to be set in the prototype, but it does need to be available. So they're all going to have a skeletal mesh, but they're all going to set it individually. We're creating a capsule component. We'll just call the player for now. Check the terrain. The terrain is at 0, 0, 0. And I make this by 0.5. There we go.
Into character. Create another new component called character to the character object.
Okay. Um, since this is going to be a script and we're creating a character object, I'm actually going to go back to assets. I explained this earlier. I like to try and keep things as organized as possible based off the thing that's happening. So we're going to create a folder and we're going to call it character. We're not going to prefab the character just yet because I feel like if we do it now, it's going to cause us to take a lot longer to build stuff. We're going to create another folder called scripts. This is going to be every script that goes in this object. We're going to create a new C# script. Gonna do it now. There we go.
Open the character script and add a new serialized variable called name. Actually make it public.
A public string called name, and then you'll need to make that a serialized field. So we're gonna go into Solution Explorer. Also, do not ask me, please, how I managed to set this up in Visual Studio because I set this up so long ago and I love it. How all of my tabs are off the screen and I can just click to open them, and when I click off, they'll close themselves. This is the greatest thing in the world to me. So we're gonna open this folder. We're gonna open this folder. We are looking for this file. And I'm just gonna go ahead and take care of this. Nine times out of 10, I have found that you don't actually need the start method, but it's always a good idea to keep it. What did we need to make? Right, public string. Set a default parameter for it, or a default value for it. Now he's just going to check that it's working, I believe.
Good. Now create another new script grid object. Open newly created script. Created
Yes, I'm having a bit of a crisis at the moment. Do I put it in the grid, or do I put it in the character? I'm putting it in the character. This is what he called it, right? Grid object.cs. Wait, did I just put a space in there? Yes, I did. I hate myself. It fixed it over here. but I hate myself. Create a C# script.
Script will be responsible for character stats and attributes. Meanwhile, grid object will be responsible for placing our character onto the grid and interacting with this grid. So think about this like this. Character is your RPG system. It's HPs, it's names, it's what kind of weapon this character is holding. Meanwhile, the grid object is how this character will move around, pathfinding, placing the character in the grid, interacting with this grid. That's the point. Inside this script, on start, creating.
We destroyed the start method to create the start method. This is what happens when you're so used to working in Unity and you're just like, the first thing you do when you make a C# script for Unity is you delete everything in your class. And then the second thing you do is you put it back because you just realized you needed it.
Call a new script called init. In this method, get the position on grid for this object.
Oh, yeah. This is, Actually, no, we're about to use this. So we only need to do it here. No. I don't know why we're doing this, but
by passing the position of the object.
we need to create a target grid. Not what I wanted. I can do things. Get grid position, transform to position. Vector 2 int, right? Yeah. Target dot get grid position, transform position. So Okay. I was wondering.
Then using this position, place the object on the grid. Create a new method in the grid to place the object. Pass position and the object itself using this keyword.
Yep. Target grid, place object, position on grid. Target grid, place object. Um, and then we're gonna create it, right? We're just gonna let the light bulb do it for us. Yeah. No, we're just gonna go to the definition and we're gonna get rid of the throw because we are game developers. We don't throw anything. That might just be a software engineering principle because when I was doing software engineering, we didn't throw ever anyway, so. I was told by my professors when I started my C# classes that throw is something you may need one day, but for the most part, you should never use it. And we would lose points if they found it in our code at all, because you can use it to ignore errors.
Inside the place object, simply place the object into a node. For this, we will have to create a new public variable in the node.
Position on grid.x, position on grid.y. Oh, and we want to grab the grid object. Oh. Oh. Wait, hold on. We're generating a property, right? No, it's a generate field. And we want to make it public, right? Wait, I didn't see that. Yeah.
Assign grid to the field.
Reynolds, did I save this? Apparently not, because it is freaking out.
Where we test the field, make a debug message which will post the name of the object in the grid. To do this, create
Wait. Yeah.
we
yeah.
test the field, make a debug message which will post the name of the object in the grid. To do this, create a new method called getPlaceObject and pass the grid position.
This is the grid control system. We are target grid. Oh, okay. It is giving him an error. It just Visual Studio is working slower for him. And he's using the grid position. And I accidentally pressed the insert. Grid object. So
Return the grid object out of
yeah, and we're doing this again.
the grid using this grid position.
Okay, so grid object, and we're gonna get the grid at grid position dot x dot y dot grid object. Make sure that this is public. Then we just need to return it. Yeah, because we're done with what this is supposed to do.
Then check if the grid object which we return out of the grid is null. Then post a message that this position is empty.
It knew exactly what I wanted to do. Frick, I forgot already. Did I do it right? I don't think so. No, I did. I forgot about that last part.
Otherwise, post the name of the character. Doing something.
Actually, screw it.
Something like this is not very efficient, so we will remove this soon. It's just for testing purposes.
No, I did it wrong. Where am I?
If we launch the game right now, it will throw an error. This is because our nodes are not initialized yet.
No reference exception. Object reference not set to an instance of object. Grid dot place object. Yeah, I think that's the right error, right? Yeah, yeah, we have the right error. Whenever you're following these tutorials along and they say that you should get an error at this point, make sure that you're getting the right error. Trust me, I've lost track of how many tutorials I've followed and I'm just getting the wrong error.
Add initialization of nodes in the create grid.
Wait, where are we? So we're in grid.cs. And we are in the generate grid, which should be way up here. No, it's better to not do what I was about to do. No, no. Where do I go? That's what I want. I forgot to stop this from running.
And now you have witnessed what is called an out of order error. You see, we have initialized the nodes, but our object still throws the same error. This is happening because the object is being placed into the grid at the start. Meanwhile, the grid is being generated at the start too. That means there is a chance that the object will be placed before the grid is initialized. To avoid this from happening, let's initialize a grid on the awake, which always fires up before the start. This will fix the error.
Yep. Which one did we set to awake? The start in grid.
which always fire. This will fix the error.
Gonna fix the scammer because I forgot to fix it back. I'm going to do the down camera for just a little bit. Nobody kill me. I'm just doing it. I already don't like it, but that we all knew I wouldn't. What if I set it to 45? Would ISO be fine? ISO's not bad. No, not that. Not that. Okay, grab the camera. Find a spot where most of the map is visible. Oh no. I forgot to do something, and I don't remember what it is. Frick. I have no idea where I missed something, but I missed something somewhere. Grid control CS28. Oh, I went to the wrong file. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Turns out dog found the mailman. Alright, so let's read this error. No reference exception. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Grid control dot update at asset grid map script grid control CS28. Oh. It was backwards. Watch it have just been backwards. No, it's not working. What did I do? Why is it wrong? Did I forget to save or something? Ah, here we are. Sorry, I just heard an echo, and I forgot that if I speak too loudly in my own room, it actually reverb back into my own head. So if I click on this, oh right. Checked. Interesting. We still get now we're getting an error when we are correct. not when we're incorrect. So now we know that the error is this line specifically. And I see why. There we go. We should be in business now. These headphones are just big enough that I can't stretch easily. Alright. That error shouldn't show up anymore. There we are. We finally got it. I hope you guys could see it, because I have a tiny screen. I'm not sure if you guys can. I have somehow managed to cause a problem already. No, I don't need to do that. I was just hoping to get the chat log back to normal. But okay. We can't have that. We can't have things working.
Or the green is from.
Oh yeah, I never showed off that we can change the character's name. But if we go over to the character file, or the character object, we can name this, and then we can just start it up. Am I like... Yeah, I'm in between 2 points. So we need to go 0, 5 in like 2 different directions. There we go. Now I can click on the tile right next to me. I can click on the other tile. I can click on this. It currently doesn't register that an object can exist, or it doesn't register that obstacles should be there as well, so it doesn't have everything, but we'll get there. And now we're showing off instancing. Actually, I should check instancing. I'm pretty sure it'll work. I'm like 99% sure it'll work, but I should check instancing. Alright, so if I go here and I just boop, boop, set this to 5. And set this to negative 5.5. And this is Toronto. This is Shauna, right? Nope, that's Suna. And then this is Shauna. Funny enough, I just realized, lore-wise, neither of these 3 characters are in the game I'm trying to make. Yeah, that moment when you realize you, for testing purposes, you introduced 3 characters that aren't even in the game. Oh man, that's fun. Especially since the game that Toronto is in is actually being made in Unreal Engine. That's going to be a bit difficult. But we got it working, and instancing is also working, so we can create multiple instances of the same object.
Now let's try to place the object inside the grid. This will throw an index out of range exception. This exception, or error, if you want, is caused by trying to access the array outside its boundaries. As you can see, our character stands way outside the boundaries of the grid. What we need to do is, inside the placeObject method, call a boundaries check. So create a new method called checkBoundary. Inside we want to do a check for boundaries, so check if the position on grid passed as a
I am actually starting to fall asleep a little bit.
parameter is inside the length and width
So we need to go into grid.cs and boom. And he's doing this beneath the place object. This should be public. Public bool.
Of the grid. If it is inside, return true, otherwise return false.
Position on grid dot x. Is less than 0, or position on grid dot y less than 0. We'll also oh, right, check all the x's first and then check the y's. That should be what we're about to do. Oh, I forgot to create the return true statement.
Use check boundaries to limit the placement of the object. If check boundaries return true, only then place an object. To limit the placement of the object.
This is not what I wanted, but
If check
It's a
boundaries return true, Only then place an object.
If check boundary position grid is true. You don't have to use single line if statements, but I like to. Because it turns these that would normally take up 4 lines of code into a single line of code. Especially if it's one of those things. You know that this, the condition, and the action, the condition and the action, those are going to take up 2. Your brackets are going to take up another 2. So you're taking up 4 lines to do something you can do in 1 line. Now, 4 lines is more legible, but so I don't recommend it if you're doing this. If you have a huge thing, you should probably drop it to the next line. And if you're ever going to need to do something like break it down so that you can do this, then go ahead and use the brackets as well. If you ever need to make your C# or C++ code look like JavaScript, just go ahead and use some brackets. It will help its legibility. Don't program like it's JavaScript when you're using C# and C++, especially C#.
Good. Let's post a message if you are trying to place an object in outside the boundaries.
Did we have to click on it? No. Go here. Create a debug .log. You are trying to place an object outside the boundaries. Semicolon, save, open Unity. Yeah. But these are still working. X9, 10. Might need to increase the cell sizes. We can worry about that later though.
Now if you keep clicking around outside the terrain, everything is okay, because we are not registering a hit. but inside the terrain the Unity will throw an error, similar to the one we had with placed object. Well, it can be fixed exactly the same way. In the getPlacedObject call checkBoundary, and in case we are inside the boundaries, return object, otherwise return null. So every time you interact with the grid, you want to check boundaries in case you're trying to interact with the grid outside its boundaries.
At get placed object. I forgot to set that. Oh, yeah.
Good. This is it for this episode. If you have any questions or any ideas about code, please leave your comment below. If you are interested in seeing what will come out of this, please subscribe. If you want to support further, you can find my Patreon in the description. Special thank you to Andrew V. Long for his generous support. With best regards, see you in the next episode.
Alright. Whew. Man, we've already been going for 2 hours and we're only done with the first one of the day. 2 hours to do a 20-minute video. Granted, the first
Hello
30 minutes
everyone,
of
my
that
name is
was
Greg.
just talking, so technically an hour and a half to do a 20-minute video. But that's about normal for me, so if my professors ever watch this and they wonder why it always takes me so long, it's because I'm slow. I try to take the time to make sure I understand what I'm doing, but hopping back and forth repeatedly over like this does eat up some time, and the need to explain it to myself over and over again is also part of the problem.
And I dev stuff. Welcome everyone to episode 3 of the tactics game in Unity. In this episode we will make some small optimization and elevation. So in the last episode I promised I will explain some of the problems with the system and in what cases you want to keep it as is and when you want to change it. Look at this grid. Right now this grid can exist anywhere. I can move it like this, but the problem is if you look into the calculation of the selected node, it has those additional steps to take into account the position, which is not a lot but will impact the performance unnecessary. So what we want to do is to assume that our point of origin will always be in 000 position. But in what cases you don't want to do it? You may ask. In cases where you want to keep an ability to move your grid around and place it in any spot on the scene, here is a hypothetical example, an FPS game where you find a chess puzzle in the level, and this chess puzzle is separate grid object placed somewhere in the level. And because we don't fix our position of origin to 000 position, game designer will be able to move this grid anywhere on the scene, bar the ability to rotate it around, but it can be actually implemented if you want. In our case, because we are making Tactics RPG, we will benefit from doing those optimization steps. While small, it will add up. So let's do them. Move the map into 0, position. Make sure you are moving the grid object and not the terrain object.
Yeah, and this is why we separated the two. This is going to take me a hot minute because of the way that I had things set up. The way that I had things set up, it was not conducive to the way that we are doing things in the lesson. And I figured that out way too late. Actually, I think I said something about it in the previous live stream, and I'm not going back to rewatch the entire 5 hours. Alright, so we got the grid. We're setting the grid to 0, 0, 0. And we want the terrain. Can I change the anchor point of the terrain? Okay, so the terrain is also a 0, 0, 0. But we want this corner to be at 0, 0, 0. Okay, so if I set things to and then I get the camera. I'm actually gonna move this back for a second. And oops. That's not what I wanted. Let's keep this at 45. Let's not change that. Definitely don't change that. What am I trying to do? Let's just say 80 degrees. 80 degrees will be a little weird. It's a little too flat, so we'll go to grab a nice like 65, I guess. So the 55, pull the back, a little bit of the definition is coming through. The grid is on the positive space, right? I might have done something wrong. No, somehow did it right. What if I just set this to 0, 0, 0? Oh, wait, no. What I'm about to do won't work.
Object and
Okay,
not
so
the
you're
terrain
setting the
object.
grid to 0, 0, 0. Oh, you put the terrain in the grid. That's why I can't seem to find it. You put the terrain in the grid. The grid. Okay. Go into grid map. Drop this. Place it here. Because now it's an entire thing. Um. Yeah, this is still a problem. So terrain's on 17 and 1686. It's also four. It's also fours. Nah, let's leave that alone. Back up a bit. Alright, so that's gonna go there. And this needs to be slightly off kilter. Oops, that's actually what I wanted. The problem for me is that they have two different anchor points. One is anchored to the top right of its position, or sorry, actually, it's the top left for the grid. But the plane is anchored to the center, so it's really hard to get these two things to line up. 9.64. Let's just call it 9.5 and 9.5 and see if it lines up relatively well. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, this is a little bit better. Yeah, 20-minute side quest just to make sure that the plane is actually in the right spot.
Redo the calculation of position with the assumption that we will be placing our grid in 000 position. In get grid position, we just need to remove the offset applied to the past world position. In get grid
Wait, so in get grid position,
placing our grid in 000 position. In get grid position, we just need to remove the offset applied to the past world position. And in get world position, remove the transform position, which applies offset to the world position based on the position of the grid in the world.
okay. Brick. In grid, get world position. I don't remember creating that. There we are. Just like that. We don't need the parentheses anymore.
Now everything should work exactly as it used to work. Yeah. This episode is brought to you by generous support of people on Patreon and members on YouTube. If you want to join them, link to my Patreon in the description, and join button available right now on YouTube. Good, now let's introduce an elevation of the node into the game. So right now each node has same elevation as any other node. What we want to do is to determine the elevation of each node when this node is created. So let's create an area to play around. Create an empty object called terrain. Move it to 0, position. When we are creating the area, let's hide the characters and grid with obstacles by pressing the slug button. This way we can concentrate on making terrain.
Go back again.
On Patreon, and join button available right now on YouTube. Good, now let's introduce an elevation of the node into the game. So right now each node has same elevation as any other node. What we want to do is to determine each node has same elevation as any other node. What we want to do is to determine
Okay, so what he did is move this. And then we're
the elevation of each node when this node is created. So let's create an area to play around. Create an empty object called terrain. Move it to create an empty object called terrain. Move it to 0.
create an empty object.
Position.
Oh, right. Zero. No. Yes, I know multiple languages. I'm just not very good at anything but English.
When we are creating the area, let's hide the characters and grid with obstacles by pressing the slug button. This way we can concentrate on making terrain. So let's create two planes. Let's create two planes.
Alright. Oh, that doesn't work here.
Actually, we need to see the grid to know to what
Yes, we do.
scale are we building our map. So let's change grid gizmos. Here, instead of exiting out of the draw gizmo if the array of node is null, we will only draw the node just for visual reference.
So on draw gizmos, we're gonna create an if gridded null. I think actually we already did that.
Good. Now if
I don't know.
even in the non-play mode, we can see nodes.
Actually, hold on. I want to play around with something really quick. Make it a 10 by 10. There we go. Smaller grid, but each tile is a lot bigger now, so I can. It's a lot easier for me to pick an individual node.
Actually, let's use Unity Terrain feature. I think this will be a better approach. Create a terrain object. Now let's start shaping our playing field.
Oh god. He just wants to completely change it now. Alright, why not? But hey, We have been at this for a couple hours now. So for those of you that are sitting along with me, it might be time that we get up out of our chairs and stretch a little bit because I can feel it. So let's come back a little bit and let's stretch everything out. I can feel every joint popping. Except for these. These I don't feel. Oh, no, I felt one. Alright. Alright. Now, he just flipped the script essentially on us. And we're now using a tool in Unity that I've never used before. My entire zombie shooter game was built on a plane, okay? I've never used a terrain...
Field. Create a terrain object. Now let's start shaping. Actually, you know, let's use Unity terrain feature. I think this will be a better approach.
Boop, boop. We... Look at all that space. I cannot remember what that joke is from.
Create a terrain object. Now let's start shaping our plane. Field. Make the terrain smaller and let's make the terrain green. This is not how you use terrain, this is just for demonstration purposes. We will...
This isn't how you use terrain. No. I'm sure all of those features are completely deprecated. Don't worry about that.
be making
What did he
field.
do?
Create a terrain object. Now let's start shaping our playing field. Make the terrain smaller and let's make the terrain green. This is not how you use terrain, this is just for demonstration purposes. We will be making our scene looks better later on in this tutorial.
Alright, so he's actually going with 50, not 25, and that's probably a good idea.
And yes, the material setup is incorrect. Again, this is just for the demonstration purposes.
Ah! Oh. Nope. Oh, yeah, we already tried that. That's not right. Green. Earth, fire, water, green. But yeah, we can make them. I forgot how to create a material. And he just showed it too. Oh yeah. And you know what? I'll make mine green too. Because why not? Random green. Okay, so we're finally fixing this problem. And then we're making the terrain fit the grid, so just say -1 and -1. And yeah, that's pretty much where I want it. I just realized I forgot to move this back here. You guys haven't seen me making green. I made green. I've also been playing the video because I thought you guys could see it. So I'll go back a little bit so it's there. Think about here.
Illustration purposes, we will be making our scene looks better later on in this tutorial. And yes, the material setup is incorrect. Again, this is just for the demonstration purposes.
Yeah, and I'm moving it. I moved the terrain to an even -1 X and Z, because this makes it so that the grid fits nicely, and it's an even amount that's off the grid that's on the grid. So, well, not with this much, but I mean, I could easily just double the size of the grid. Too big. That is way too big.
So let's rise the terrain and let's draw a place for the river to pass through.
Green. Alright, we're gonna do that really quick. We're gonna redo that really quick. How do I go down? Okay, it's not letting me. Yeah, it's not letting me make those crevices that he's making. Did he do something that I just didn't notice?
Draw. So let's rise the terrain and let's draw a place for the.
That's what I missed. And then I can, that now I can do this. Okay.
River to pass through.
Yeah.
Make the plane object to draw the water level for the river.
Oh no, we're adding water to this. Create a 3D plane called water. big enough. No, it's not perfect. But we can do perfection later. I'll organize this later. Oh, that's not what I'm trying. That's not what I need to mess with.
and add the box to represent the bridge.
Uh, 30 cube bridge. Alright, that should be good.
Parent all of this to the grid. Now we will determine the elevation of each node. So open the grid script. In the generate grid,
We're finally looking at stuff that I understand.
create and call a new method called calculate elevation.
Generate grid.
Inside this method, we want to simply shoot array from above until we hit the terrain from each possible position of the node, and read the position of the collision to determine the elevation of the point.
Alright, so we're just doing the Oh, I just realized a mistake I might have made in the last section. I've been doing Y is width, haven't I? Actually, no, that looks to be my standard, so. I got worried for a second. But nah, don't worry, guys. I'm the smartest person in the universe. As long as Reed Richards doesn't come back.
Create an array in the world position and pointing down.
Vector 3 down.
Shoot the array using raycast.
Create a ray, then shoot the ray. If you know a guy named Ray, don't do that. It won't work. No, that was actually right. That was right. Right, got hit. Thought that would work.
We need to create a new serialized variable for terrain layer. And after that, read hit point to get the Y position, which will represent the elevation of the node. Store the elevation into the node by creating a new variable for it.
Wait, I don't think I'm doing this right. point that way. Oh, I forgot the.
Take into the account the elevation in get world position. To avoid potentially getting errors in the editor because you're trying to access grid without initiating it yet, let's add parameters called elevation into the get world position, and in case it is true, return elevation, otherwise return 0.
This is my own draw gizmo, right? Yeah. So every time we call get POS, we pass true here.
Set the terrain layer field and launch the game. We have forgotten to offset the ray above the ground, so add the vector up multiplied by 100, so you will offset the origin point of your ray
by 1,000, he said? I
multiplied
believe?
by 100, so you will offset the origin point of your ray 100 points above, which generally translates into 100 meters. This is weird. For some reason there is nothing in the elevation. Let's debug together. What we need to do is to read the
Well, forgot to save a file.
code line by line from where we begin. Logically, of course, we don't need to look into everything, and look what our code is doing to try to find where is the error is. So look into the generated grid. Okay, we initialize the grid array, good. Then we cycle through the grid and create nodes. That is good. Then we calculate the elevations. Good. And then we determine the possible terrain where we can pass or not. And here you can see that we are rewriting the state of the node by creating it again. And this is our culprit. Let's test this. Good.
Alright. No, not good. Yeah, I know objects are outside the boundary. That's actually not one of the problems. I don't think it would be that. It's not. But that is what was causing them to be everything to be backwards. let's check, make sure we're calculating elevation correctly. Cut ray cast, ray out hit, float max value on the terrain layer. Oh!
Calculate the elevation.
I'm stupid. Can't calculate if you don't tell it what to calculate against. Remember the thing about me saying I'm the smartest person in the universe? You see, guys, that's a little thing called hyperbole. I'm actually really stupid, apparently. Because I didn't realize that I forgot to set the masking layer.
Elevations.
The dumb stuff that I do.
And then we determine the possible terrain where we can pass or not. And here you can see that we are rewriting the state of the node by creating it again. And this is our culprit. Let's test this. Good. Now you can see that at runtime, game will determine the elevation. So now let's talk a little about the obstacles. You see, obstacles object allow us to block out the possible and impossible terrain very quickly. Just set the shape of the river, and this river is going to be marked as impossible terrain for us.
Oh my god, it's a genius.
This will allow you to easily modify and change the maps.
Or I need to get some sleep. More caffeine. So essentially what he's trying to tell you is that we've got these things right here that are on the obstacle layer, and their sole purpose is to tell your grid that you cannot your player characters and NPCs cannot stand on this tile. Which is all fine and good until you make characters that can walk on water, like swashbucklers. So if I start this, they are on the obstacle layer. Maybe they need to be deeper. Yeah, his is working, mine's not. Did I get it right this time? Was it just that they were a little too high? Nope. Okay, so it was working earlier. So the code should be fine. Double check that we have the blue is supposed to be good, red is supposed to be not working. Hmm. Hmm. Why is it not working? Yeah, it's not working here either.
But remember, right now, the map data is generated at the start, so if you move the obstacle at runtime, it will not change the state of the nodes at runtime. Remember that later on we will be able to use the exactly same systems for example, marking the forests tiles or nodes.
Why would it not be working?
Or marking the forests tiles or nodes.
World position, vector 3, 1 divided by 2 times cell size, Quaternion identity, obstacle layer.
Or marking the difficult terrain, etc. etc. So let's create another new script called delete me, which will clear the obstacles of the scene on the start. And with our implementation of elevation, now if I do any modification to terrain, it should recognize the new elevation. Or if I create an object and assign him to the terrain layer, it should read and recognize it as terrain, allowing you to, for example, make fights on top of buildings or any other objects. In the next episode we will be dealing with pathfinding. Wish me luck. Good.
Alright. gotta go back over some of the code because for some reason mine isn't working. Actually, while we're here, let's check the YouTube comments and see if anybody else is having that. Hmm. Yeah, we're clearly taking up the space now. Hmm. Let me think. Read the obstacle spots as obstacles. By making the obstacle boxes taller. We could give that a shot if multiple people are saying that works. I know what the problem is. I now know what the problem is. I do not know how to fix it. Okay, so the problem is before it runs all the checks for the grid, before it moves the grid up to the current elevation, it has already checked for where the objects are supposed to be. And since none of them take up any spots on the grid, when it does the check, they're all failing. So let's have some fun. We know when the problem occurs. We know that the problem is occurring because it's checking passable before it checks elevation. Which shouldn't happen. Let me just double check his passable.
Is generated
What if the problem is not with the passable? What if it's with the elevation? Well, that's interesting. Not remotely what we were going for.
pass or not. And here you can see that we are calculate the elevation.
Let's. That was not what I needed to do. That doesn't look like it did anything. Um, POS takes X and Y.
Good. And then we determine the possible terrain where we can pass or not. And here you can see that we're rewriting this where we good. That is good. Good. Then we to the generator. And we begin to do nothing. So and launch.
Found it. Whoa. For those of you that haven't been here, welcome to the world of programming. I forgot to pass a boolean, and it caused my water to not work. Oh, that was awesome. That was the mistake I made, right? Check possible terrain. Now I've got the yeah, I realize. Yeah, I forgot to pass true when calculating. All right, we're gonna stop here. We I've been streaming for 4 hours. I am at my last swallow of G Fuel. I was hoping it wouldn't take this long. But now I'm kind of torn because it's been 4 hours. So, do I really want to play some video games on stream? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, let's play a couple levels. Alright, I'm gonna load it up. I'm actually gonna start the next video.
Hey there.
And I'll go ahead and save the project. I'll exit play mode and then save the project. Right, open Steam. I know how to do this. Why is Steam not opening? There we go. Steam, tell me about the greatness of Baldur's Gate 3. I already know the greatness of Baldur's Gate 3. Not that game, not that game. We're not playing that game today. We're playing this game today. There we go. I don't know why Streamlabs is acting weird today. I've been wanting to play this game, but I thought I'd hold out until I got to stream again. Just because we got such a good run going, and I don't want to ruin it. And I can finally listen to some music. No workers, almost no materials. We got a 3-star coming from this way and a 1-star coming from that way. There's a good chance we get overrun. Oh, right. I got the DLC. I forgot about that. Alright. This is when I am expecting things to just fall apart. We have a 3-star in one direction and a 1-star in the other direction. And in total, we have four people. And we're gonna get attacked by 3 different corners, so I'm expecting to just not have any control over the situation. On the bright side, we only have to survive 3 days. At least one building still has a free building. Nobody's hurt. You don't have any left. You're out of AP. This is the last train that they can summon. It's looking good, but we still aren't all the way in. You'll lose HP, but HP is better than getting cannon. Two level ups, too. Alright, we have two level ups. We have Hana, the nudist four-sided mage. This is our warlock, right? Yeah. Isaac is our paladin. He just kind of sits in front of everything and takes a lot of damage. Quality over quantity. All of the heroes' propagations bounce. Armor is increased by 110% of the hero's daily health regen. Let's go ask the gods what they've got to give me. A new structure, the gold mine to generate money. And this is the scavenger scheme. I think the gold mine is more at the moment. And I'll take extra armor. Rejoice, O earth and sea, for I have come with gifts in hand. Wait, what? Who? What did you do? I bestowed upon thy mortal shell a drip of my infinite power. Happy shalt thou be who hath the opportunity to feel another morrow. Tell thy people that hope lingers, inspire them, lead them. Fight for life, hope and dreams, and thou shalt be saved. Oh shit, we have bows. Well, there goes not swearing for as long as I can. We got bows. We got we've got more ranged weapons now. So the Tome of Secrets has a higher damage value than what she's currently using, even though it's a lower rarity. Wait, we still have enough for a trade? One used for production phase gets an extra gold. Nightclaw, agitated, light traveler. He's a scavenger. Hana is in here again, but this time she is a warrior with thick skin and still a nudist. soldier, unstable, propagation balances. Do you at least get to start with something that has propagation on it? Yes. You start with a skill called Blaze. Looks like it's just a direct single target skill that bounces. And you're level 6, so... Alright, where are we being attacked? Not on a normal side, but we're being attacked, we're being flanked this time. So we could really use 2 paladins if possible. Physical damage, magic damage, reliability. Magic missiles. Oh, am I only able to have a party of 4 at the moment? Even if the Caltrips only delay them by one turn, that's still one more turn that I get. Oh, you're in so much trouble. Alright, the last turn where they can summon more stuff. We might be able to wind it down. And our paladin still hasn't taken damage. Oh, yeah, we might actually be dead. We're almost done with this side. Isaac is quite literally our MVP. I think we have a chance of making it this night, but we'll probably lose that. They may have pushed the battle line back, but now we have to fight on all three sides at the same time. My paladin definitely can't do that, especially with battle line all the way back here. shop reroll, health, extra health, more regen. Rejoice, O earth and sea, for I have come with gifts in hand. Why are you helping me? Why does the sun help flowers to bloom? Why does the mother feed the child in her womb? This is my destiny. This is thy doom. Let's get some hammers! And some pants. I see what those zombies have been aiming for. They know exactly what to go for. Yeah. If we beat this next night, we beat the level. If we lose, we still have to start all over again. big enough upgrade at the moment. Maybe I should have bought that shop reroll. So we'll get some extra defenses going. Just hit places and try to keep them as busy as we can. Let's hope. Yep. This is where it all comes down. We might get some of that. We have no protection on the northern flank. One archer, one mage is down, one archer fell down. Oh well. It was a run. Rejoice, says, and see what it is. More books. The Lone Wolf said. We have 1200. The Armor Maker. Craft a defensive item every production phase. Automatically fires bolts. It's like, yeah, if it's something that just passively picks off enemies, then yeah, I'll take it. right back where we started. Allows you to bypass the usual restrictions on omen selection, whether you want to adjust the difficulty to your liking or go crazy and play a run with an otherwise impossible combination. Okay. What kind are we talking about? Enemy waves are 20% smaller. The Haven starts with 80 gold and 160 material. The Haven starts with plus one hero, and also increase the hero capacity. Yeah, I can see how those would be useful. Because I wish I had the plus one, to start with one extra hero, and the plus one to hero capacity, because that's part of the problem. Can I access the menu from here? No, but I can go out to here. This has been fun, but we did end up losing, unfortunately. But we have a lot more power now. We were granted some new books and a new armor set once upon losing. So I think that there is a chance the next time we play, we could actually have a one that goes all the way to the end of the level. When the time will tell. I'm probably going to play, I'm probably going to, I think I'm just going to delete this save file and start a new one, in my off time, so that, I can try out some other things and get used to the game a little bit more. But, until then, I've been Tyranno Chaos, and we managed to get our grids to display based off of elevation, so we could actually start calculating the value of fighting on varying terrain. There's a couple other things that I'm not really sure how we're going to do in the future, but remember that this playlist has like 36 something videos in it. I don't have the playlist on this, so. Oh, 34 videos. There are 34 videos in the playlist, so we've got plenty of time to go over some things that we didn't originally account for. Let's see. We played the last spell, and we managed to win twice and lose once. Losing not the end of the world. It is a roguelite, so you're bound to lose eventually. Even if you manage to take that first town all the way through, you are likely to just lose. But now we know what boss we're facing at the end of the level 2, so that's more information. Between roguelikes and roguelites, it's always a war of information, and now we have more information. We have new upgrades. We have access to the inn. We have new weapons like swords and more books. We have more armor. We've got new pants today. We got the Lone Wolf set. We might actually be able to pull it off next time. And who knows, maybe next time we'll get even more overpowered stuff. But it's about time I think I go get something to eat. Preferably something light, because I'm probably about to go to sleep. I don't know why I've been working. I've been up in the day lately, so we'll probably get back to the normal middle of the night streams of, soon. I don't know by next week, but maybe the week after we'll probably be back to streaming at like 2 or 3 in the morning. Uh, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. It is kind of an empty time to stream, but it's also a time when most people where I'm around are asleep. So, whew. Either way, next time, uh, yeah, these videos don't have titles other than the episode number. Oh wait, yes it does. Tactics RPG in Unity, correct? Okay, so in the next video is actually just a correction for something that happened, and then we will also have episode 4, which has to do with pathfinding, which I'm excited for. Basic pathfinding is actually really easy, but it can also get really complicated depending on how many different things your NPCs are able to do. When I was working on Noble Roots, we actually were going to add NPCs, and that was going to require AI pathfinding, and we unfortunately never got far enough to actually start working on the NPCs. We had it was kind of one developer was just kind of stringing us along, not in a bad way. It was very much one member of the group is clearly better than everybody else, and it feels like we're all just being pulled by him. If you've ever been in a team where one person is doing all the work and everybody is trying, but nobody can just keep up with the amount of stuff that one guy could do, and then you probably know what it feels like. Uh, it was sometimes weird coming in and seeing that like half of my work is already done, and it's like I've got to figure out what I'm gonna do now, because my plan was to do all of that, and what I thought was gonna take a week is now pretty much done. Now not only do I have to figure out like what's done, what's not done, but I also have to figure out where do I go from here. And the part that was always confusing me is since it was my first time working with, I was trying to create an inventory system for the player character, and I've never done that before. So I was working on inventory management, and we'd already had someone go in and make the entire inventory system and multiple databases of different kinds of items, and by the time that I could read through everything, he was already developing more features, and I don't know if that's one of the reasons why we all kind of just abandoned the project, but maybe one day, if things get better, we can all kind of revisit the project, and we can show everyone what the game was going to be. But at the moment, the project is dead in the water, with 3 of the 5 developers just not having time to work on it, and the last 2 have just decided to work on personal projects. As you know, I have 3 personal projects I'm working on, and I'm looking for a job when I'm not working on them. So, but hey, we're getting somewhere. Next Yeah, I think I'm gonna go make a salad, and because I don't want to eat something heavy right now. I had a pretty sizable lunch. Maybe that's why it took them so long to get it to me. But I had a pretty sizable lunch, so it'd probably be best if I eat something light. And if I do make a salad, I do have to make all the stuff myself. So I've got all the stuff. I just have to cut it all up and put it in a bowl, and then take it back out of the bowl because I'm gonna eat it. Hard work, you know. All right, all right. I don't know how to end these things. We're almost to 6 hours. If you're on the East Coast, good night. If you're on the West Coast, you're on the West Coast. If you're anywhere else, you are not here, and that's fine. Have a good night.